live? Yeah, we are live. Test, test.
Judge Newman session. Judge Newman presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning. Anything before the jury comes in?
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Fernandez needs to address one housekeeping matter before we bring the jury.
Morning, Your Honor. Just per the clerk's request, I'm going to list out a couple, 6 exhibits from yesterday under Captain Chapman's testimony, just clarifying for the record that they were put into evidence and without objection by the defense. That would be 189, 190, 191, 192. Those are 4 pictures that were put in under his testimony, and then 187 and 188. Those were the 2 drone videos.
And what do you want to do with that?
Clerk needed clarification on those numbers because it was unclear that those numbers were part of the record.
Okay.
Before the jury comes in. You can bring the jury. All right, ladies.
The jury is present.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on, day number 5. State's case. Next witness.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Detective Laura Rutland.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth to help you God? I do. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is Laura Rutland, R-U-T-L-A-N-D.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Nobody's watching.
You are Laura Rutland.
I am.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Laura Rutland, where you're from, where you were born, where you lived, and
That's
a little
weird.
bit of your background leading up to law enforcement, please, ma'am.
Good morning.
It's
everyone.
weird how he's talking to
I
her
was
in the
born
second person, in the third
Charleston,
person.
South Carolina. When I was about 6 months old, my family moved back to England, where we were originally from. Lived there until I was about 3 or 4 years old. Came back to the United States.
Do we really need to
grew
know
up in
this?
Somerville, South Carolina. Graduated from Somerville High School. After I graduated, I was working as a dog groomer. Met my would-be my husband. We moved to Port Royal, South Carolina. He was in the Marine Corps, stationed at Parris Island at the time. Then we moved to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries and things like that, so I decided to pursue law enforcement. I graduated from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy in 2010 and was working at the Bluffton Police Department, where I held various roles. Started on patrol, became a detective, then I was promoted to a supervisor, where I supervised a patrol shift, and then eventually supervised the detective unit at Bluffton PD. My husband and I decided we wanted a lot of kids. So after I had my third baby, I decided to try my civilian job, get out of law enforcement for a little bit with a better schedule. So I briefly worked on Parris Island as a sexual assault victim advocate for the Sexual Assault Response and Prevention Program. Realized I missed law enforcement, so I wanted to get back. So especially investigations. I first tried Beaufort Police Department, but it would take several years for them to have an opening in criminal investigations. So then I came to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office where they were seeking experienced detectives. And so I joined Colleton County.
Well, so far it sounds that you were kind of all over the place and scattershotted, and you don't have any particular experience in one thing. Like you worked in police enforcement, then you moved over to advocacy. It seems like she doesn't really know what she wants to do with herself.
Sheriff's Office in
Meaning, I don't know why we have to listen to all of this. Only the parts that pertain to law enforcement are even remotely relevant, I think.
September 2020 and February 2021, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I currently am now. My main focus is child crimes, which means children of sexual and physical abuse. Those are the cases that I predominantly work, as well as I'm a South Carolina ICAC task force member, and what that means is it's internet crimes against children, and that's a task force that's partnership with the Attorney General's office, and we basically battle online child predators, child pornography, those types of cases.
Come
we
on,
do
guys.
rotate homicides in the detective division, among 9 of us.
At some point, did you work at Parris Island?
I did, yes, sir.
Tell these folks what you did there.
I was a sexual assault victim advocate for civilians on the base.
And your training in law enforcement's been what, detective?
It's been various things. It's been basic training to advanced training, you name it. I've attended several advanced trainings.
Who cares, really?
Other law enforcement agencies, state and federal.
How many children do you have now?
We have 4.
Okay. And does your husband work?
He does.
Does he work at home?
He does. Mm-hmm.
So you started full-time with Colleton in what year?
2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first started?
Why do we need this background?
I started on patrol to familiarize myself with the county.
And then did you work yourself, or not work out, but you become a detective?
I did, yes.
Okay. And when was that?
February 2021.
Oh wow, she's fresh.
On June 7th of 2021. Well, let me ask before you get there. Where do you, not to pry, don't want the world to know, but they're going to, where do you live?
I live in Ridgeland.
Now, on June 7th of 2021, were you on call?
I was.
Okay. How far is it from Ridgeland to here?
45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic and what part of Colleton County I'm going to.
Did you receive a call to respond to a double homicide?
I did.
Okay. And where was that? Where were you supposed to respond?
Initially to the scene, 4147 Moselle Road, but due to my long commute, it was better that I stopped at the sheriff's office first and I be the one to prepare the search warrant for the property.
And who were you coordinating with during that? I mean, who was your boss?
That's Captain Jason Chapman.
And after you'd received the call, did you confer with Captain Chapman?
I did.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
I went to the sheriff's office, prepared the search warrant, was finally able to track down a magistrate. I had to wake him up out of his bed to sign the warrant, and I was able to secure a search warrant for the property.
Okay. And for 4147 Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do after you got the search warrant?
I notified everybody over the radio that I had the search warrant signed because I wasn't sure if the SLED crime scene unit was waiting on me, and it was still going to take some time to get out there. And then I made my way to 4147 Moselle Road with the warrant.
Had you been out there before to 4147 Moselle?
Never.
When you went out there, did you know what your role was going to be as you were going out there?
I did not.
When you got to the scene, tell us what happened.
So when I pulled up, I noticed there were several SLED agents as well as Colleton County deputies at the scene. I was basically the last one there. And I met with my supervisor, Captain Jason Chapman, and presented them with the search warrant as well as SLED. He asked me if I knew the Murdaugh family, to which I replied I did not. They then asked me if I was familiar with a boat accident that had happened in Beaufort, and my reply was, I've heard of it, but I don't know the details.
I don't know the details
So with
either.
that
Come on.
information, They said, okay, you're going to be assigned as the liaison with the lead SLED agent on the case, who was identified as Senior Special Agent.
Now, I would really love to just Google this boat incident and figure out what it is. But since the jury are not allowed to do so, and I want this to basically inform me as a juryman would have been informed, I can't go and look up this information, just like they're not allowed to look up any of this information. And so far, none of the lawyers have deemed it noteworthy to elaborate about what this boat incident actually was. Maybe they're counting on the people in the county knowing already what it was and that everybody in the jury knows what it was. But how can they tell? Like, I mean, so far police enforcement all know, law enforcement all know what it was. But they didn't give any details about it. I mean, the most they vaguely hinted at was that it was something related to death, and that that some families related to that death that occurred might have a vendetta against his son. But that doesn't tell us anything about what actually went on there.
David Owen, and that my task was going to be to assist him with anything he may need that evening at the scene and throughout the investigation.
And I think we've heard prior testimony, but the case was turned over to SLED because of a potential conflict. Is that
That's
your
correct.
understanding?
That was one of the things my captain advised me of when I arrived at the search warrant. He advised me that SLED was going to be the lead agency on the case.
And did you know Special Agent David Owens prior?
And also, what is the conflict of interest that they're talking about? Sure, there was a conflict of interest where the actual law enforcement of that county were not allowed to investigate. So was that boat incident also related to police officers in some way, or did the police do anything wrong in that case? Like, what's up with that?
Prior to that night?
I did not.
Okay. But did you get to know him and actually get to work with him some?
I did, yes, sir.
And let's start out with that job. When you first got to 4147 and you got your instructions, who were you going to work with, what were your observations? Tell these folks what you saw.
So the first thing as I approached I'm sure you've all heard the kennels, was the overwhelming smell and a lot of water on the ground by the kennels. And then the first body that I approached was the deceased male. He was laying face down at an angle with his feet inside the plane of the door. There was obvious trauma to the top of his head. He was covered with a sheet, but I could still see the top of his head from underneath the sheet. Obvious trauma. There was brain, blood, hair, skull matter, all within the feed room in the ceiling. There was a deceased female, approximately 30 feet across from where his body was, and she was covered as well. But I had been told that they both had gunshot wounds to their heads. And then from there, we located the 911 caller, Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
Now, did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck, so they couldn't see the scene anymore. So we approached him and asked if he would speak with us. He introduced the man standing next to him as his personal attorney, Danny Henderson, and he agreed to speak with us. By this point, it had started to rain, so we utilized Agent Owen's vehicle to do the interview.
Now, before we get to that, had you made any other observations about bullet holes or shell casings prior to that?
Yes,
That's
there were
leading.
shell casings in front of Maggie's head area, in front and to the left on the ground. In between, there was like a gravel area in between the two buildings.
Had you seen what's been referred to as the feed room? And
Yes.
okay, what did you observe in there, if anything?
Inside the feed room, I did observe body matter that had been on the ceiling, as well as covered in items inside the feed room. There was shotgun wadding on the floor inside the feed room, as well as droplets of blood on the concrete.
Did you see any holes in the window?
Yeah, there was a window to the back of the feed room that had several holes in it.
I want to skip the statement for a second. After you took the statement, we're going to get into that. Did you go back and look at the scene with either Captain Chapman, and I say the scene, the shelters, the dog kennels, did you and or Captain Chapman or anybody else have an opportunity to go back and look?
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, first of all, why you did that and what were your observations, please, ma'am?
Well, it was such a large scene, I decided to canvass the outer part of the scene. And while I was doing that, keep in mind it was late at night, it was dark, so we had flashlights. So while I was doing that, I noted some what appeared to me to be fresh shoe impressions in a sandy part of the shed on the left side of the hangar, what we're describing as the hangar. In between some tractors and the wall of the shed, there was several fresh shoe impressions.
And when you say fresh shoe impression, kind of obvious, but what does that mean?
It means that they have been left fairly recently.
What did they appear to you to be?
They look like a flat sandal, flip-flop type shoe, not particularly large in size, just flat.
Were they one set of footprints or two based on your observation?
It was one set of prints that looked like it went down one direction and possibly came back.
No doubt about that in your mind?
No doubt about
So
that.
if you watched me there, was it like one set of prints going this way?
Yes.
And then it looked like one set of prints coming back this way?
Yes, because they did overlap each other a little bit.
And who was with you when you were looking at this?
I was by myself initially, and then I found my supervisor, Captain Chapman, and showed him what I had found.
Where were y'all walking when you were looking at the prints?
We had made the decision at that point, due to the type of incident that it was, and we didn't really know what we had yet, to follow the footprints and see if there was any other additional evidence and find out where that person may have been trying to go. So what we did is we stayed to the left side of the shoe prints, closest to the tractors, and followed the prints down. Noted that they stopped at the end of the building, turned around, and came back.
And I'm going to show you what's entered the state's 194. Is that what you're just referring to?
No.
Okay. What does this depict?
That depicts several what appear to be boot prints on as well.
Is this the same path y'all walked?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you. State's 195. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, those are the flat, just the flat ones impressions.
Promise you I can't. Can we start now, Ron? Please. 22. Do you recognize this, and does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, states 22 without objection.
Submitted.
Are we on? Let me go back to what's just been entered as states 22. You said you recognize that. What is that, Detective?
That's in front of the hangar, the building. So Maggie would be to the right, and the shoe impressions I'm referring to would be on the left.
And getting a little closer view on states 194.
Yes, that's the left side of the hangar.
Can you show in this picture the prints you were talking about, the footprints?
Yes.
Can you come down here with the judge's permission? Sure, please.
Flat ones. Hard to see, there's a big glare.
Okay, let me put in states 195 too, Detective.
Yeah, these flat impressions, these flat ones. Can you all see?
Were those the foot impressions you saw that night? The flat ones?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other foot impressions beside the flat ones that you saw?
No,
Okay. On evening of June 7th, early morning June 8th of 2021?
that's correct.
You're positive?
Positive.
And again, when you and the captain walked, how far were you from the sandals?
A foot to the left?
Don't take this any bad way, but could some of those other prints be yours or the captain's, or you don't
It's
know?
possible.
Okay. Now, you were and I'm going to do this without putting it up. This is one of those pictures that we've uncovered, but I'm going to show you states 7. You're a lady.
Yes, sir.
You know what women's shoes look like?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and look at Maggie's shoes she was wearing?
I did,
Okay. Why'd you do that?
to see if they matched the flat impressions I had seen.
And were they similar to you?
Very similar. Yes.
And states 200, do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the sandals Miss Murdaugh had on.
And did they appear to be similar to the footprints you saw?
Yes, very.
Now, did Mr. Harpootlian or one of their investigators contact you about these footprints?
He did
When was that?
a few weeks ago.
And did they send you a picture of it?
They did.
Okay, was it the pictures we just put up?
It was.
And did you tell them that, well, what'd you tell them when they sent you that?
That those were not my impressions.
That those weren't your impressions, the other
Correct.
ones? Volunteered to talk to them?
I did.
Sent you a picture of the shoes?
Yep.
You told them those weren't mine?
Correct.
So,
All right, let's get back to, I think you said, Mr. On the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the defendant had said, introduced you to who before you started the interview?
Danny Henderson said he was his personal attorney.
His personal attorney.
Yes.
Did he want his attorney in the car with you?
He did.
And
smart.
I believe you said it was raining.
Yes, sir.
So what did y'all do to get out of the elements?
We sat inside Agent Owens with sled inside his vehicle.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury specifically where everybody was sitting.
Agent Owen was in the driver's seat. Alec Murdaugh was in the front passenger seat. I sat directly behind him, and then Mr. Henderson sat to my left.
Please listen to me. First time, was that the first time you met Alex Murdaugh?
It was.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant?
Come on now. What does it matter?
Did not.
Did he appear to you to understand your questions and Special Agent David Owens' questions when y'all were talking to him?
He did.
I don't get this.
His answers to either you or Agent Owens timely?
Yes.
Were they subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any trouble understanding the defendant when you were talking to him?
I did not.
Did he appear to have any trouble understanding you? in response?
Probably. I mean, he was supposed to be
He did not. He
nervous.
may have twice to repeat a question, but he was understanding what was being discussed.
I'm going to show you what Smart states 153. At my request, did you review this yesterday?
I did.
And does this states 153 accurately reflect the interview you, Agent Owens, had with the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, 153, I believe without objection. No objection.
Submit it.
And with this Honor's permission and with the help of someone, we'd ask to respectfully publish. While we're waiting for the sound, is that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It is.
Is that you back in the back?
That is me.
Who is that?
That is Special Agent Owen.
Who is that?
Danny Henderson.
We don't get to see any of it.
All right, sir. All right, Mr. Murdoch, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander.
And give me your last name so we can get it ready.
Murdaugh.
Will you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdoch?
May 27th, 1968,
And which phone number for you?
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name? All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm from Rutland with Colleton County. I'm a sled. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
He honestly
And I
sounds
ran over
distraught.
Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started trying to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both. I tried to take, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911, pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said this phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not the, no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them, and Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's. Just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
And
How was Paul?
what the defense lawyer said was that everybody would testify pretty much uncontested. He sounded pretty confident about that his relationship with his wife and his son was amazing, and that there was at least no apparent motive for him to do anything like that, because there were no actual points of friction in his relationship. So there would be nothing to basically warrant him going out on this spree.
22.
You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
Her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers,
None that,
people breaking in?
none that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot, so, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or a group of people
I don't know.
that you could think of?
It's not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time.
Recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of,
I'm gonna kick your ass, I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what goes out, like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out, is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
you said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Tootin, Nolan Tootin.
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, I'm sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir. I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. That's very, he's just a good, healthy young man. You mind if I open the door real quick?
Go ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head.
That would be interesting.
I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it. But it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of a far-fetched
It's
story.
weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's
So-
his name?
C.B. Rudd.
Just suspicious circumstances then.
RWE?
Yeah,
Coincidence.
And I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers and stuff. You know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
where does he live?
I don't exactly know, somewhere in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please.
I do. You know, but I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird.
I wonder how long after the shootings, or after he figured out what was going on, if indeed it's not him that did it, did this interview take place? Because he seems a lot more able to answer now, and it seems almost as if he had some time to process things by the time this interview is taking place.
All right. CD.
Right there. You glad?
Yeah, I know he called me, so I'll do that.
Eight 435409335. You can do that phone in charge. Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to receive this?
Thank you.
And when did you tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week. Sometime last week. My son Paul actually. I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know you're going to check it out. But Paul is so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
I still don't see what.
For all his weirdness, I mean, I do think they like, they got along pretty good.
How long have you been working here?
That's about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, couple months.
So far, still nothing to tie him to the actual crime.
Going back to the boat incident,
Okay.
anybody on that boat really have a hard-on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
There was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know. It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he's charged, so, he Paul was a real tough man's man. He would just...
He would defend himself, but he hadn't done.
That's right. But
How was he handled? He's
as far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before.
Did his son beat people up?
Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but...
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I came out and, I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
Told her?
That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we can compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living up here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns,
Shotguns,
rifles, pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. You name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
All of them we have are, in our hunting room, in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Lunchtime? Or?
No,
What brother does Paul work for?
John Morgan,
And what does Paul do for him?
everything. especially common for her to, you know, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
So she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regular. Comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, you know, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields, and
Okay.
but I don't. There's none that, you know, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor appointment? What doctor did you see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you in the office or?
No, I was home. I came home, Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
And what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
Alright. I texted her at 9:08, going to check on him, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47, that must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that. But let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried to call. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. Three. I mean, my calls were right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06,
behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're gonna have much more questions.
I'm available to that. You know, you let me know.
What's another number like this I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have.
If you guys are hearing that, that's my dog having a dream. That's cute.
Have a house phone.
Okay.
An office number. I can give you my brother's cell phone.
What's Randy's?
Okay, Randy's is 803-943-8881.
And John's?
John Martin's 843-321-5508.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or?
Savannah County, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay, doing everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Now Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville,
Have you been in touch with them?
contacted. Yes, I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and
Damn.
they were going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes, and her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Richard Alexander Jr.
He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he
Just like
really
you, so you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No matter.
Okay.
I think it's common sense, because if he was on his back and he flipped him over to the position that he was in on his stomach, then his hands wouldn't get caught underneath him. Yeah, I don't think that's even possible, like that he was on his back and then by just rolling over his hands, both hands would be underneath his stomach.
Did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
So it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well.
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked, and then I think I already did, but I checked him. came from the house
This way.
straight here, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle is parked is probably,
Is where it was, okay.
well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came back.
Alright, I can't think of anything else right now, but, you know, we'll certainly be in touch.
That was pretty short.
Everything y'all are doing.
So, you know, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that? Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Buster. Yeah,
Yes, sir. I dropped my card. Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. You know, there'll be the autopsy and everything, and then go from there. But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rutland. Thank you very much.
Honestly, if I was the state, I wouldn't play this whole thing. But it's possible that the defense required the state to play the whole thing for completeness, and that was very smart. Because in this whole interview, I didn't hear anything that really implicates him in any way whatsoever. And I would not like the prosecution to be able to cut just the parts that would make him sound maybe a little bit more cold or less distraught, and then play that as evidence that he wasn't distraught.
Here, you want this water?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
What time was that interview?
Before we continue, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom 1 second. I'll be right back.
dispute 1257?
No, that sounds correct.
Would you describe that as an aggressive interview?
No.
As a part of your investigating procedure, had you listened to the 911 tape prior to this?
We did.
And you say we, who's we?
Myself and Special Agent Owen.
Did you have, can everybody hear? You speak in the mic, please. Speak in the mic, please, ma'am. Did you have
We could hear her fine. What do you want?
911 knowledge in your mind when you were listening to this? Had you
I
already
did.
heard it?
Yes.
And on the 911 tape, how long had Alex Murdaugh told the 911 operator since he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
He's estimated 1.5 to 2 hours.
To 2 hours. 1.5 to 2 hours.
Estimated.
And on this tape, your interview, what had he said about seeing Maggie? When was the last time he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
That she about 2 hours.
Did he say he took a nap?
He took a nap
Did he say where he went after that?
to check on his mother with Alzheimer's in Hampton.
Okay. Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Why?
Why?
The time of night
So,
with her being.
I don't get this. Who cares what she found weird? As an investigator, it's her job to find literally everything weird and investigate everything. Turn up every rock, look under every rock, like look at every corner, like not miss a single thing. So of course it makes sense that she would want to know why it was at night, but overall there's nothing really suspicious. Like the time of day, that's nonsense.
An Alzheimer's patient, they tend to be worse at night, so I seemed it was strange.
Wait, what? What are these generalizations? Is she some kind of expert in Alzheimer's? I mean, she's barely been an investigator for what, 1 year at the point that this is happening? Yeah, I don't believe a word that's coming out of her mouth as far as her own interpretations or judgments or stuff like that. She's inexperienced and she's just bad.
What time was the 911 call?
It was 10.
Speak louder, please.
I'm sorry. I have to check my notes.
Put a check with it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So what do you know? What do you know? Why are you on the stand right now? Who the hell are you? Like, what contribution do you have to this trial? I would hammer her on cross on.
10:06.
Do you have Alzheimer's? No.
This interview was 12:57.
Yes, that's correct.
Do all Alzheimer's patients behave the exact same way?
In
No.
Agent Owens' interview, did the defendant Alex Murdaugh tell you he tried to turn Paul over?
He did.
And did he say whether or not he had tried to check Paul's pulse and or Maggie's pulse?
He stated he tried to check both.
What did Mr. Murdaugh, the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket
When?
when he
turned
tried
him
to check
over.
his pulse.
No, when he turned him over, you liar.
Did you try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
Wait. Okay, I'm gonna have to run that back. She just lied on the stand saying that he said that it happened when he was checking her pulse. That's not true. He said it happened when he turned him over. She just lied on the stand, and the prosecution just went ahead and corrected her previous testimony to make sure that it's what he wanted her to say and not what she actually said. Okay, let's roll this back 1 second.
When he tried to.
Alex Murdaugh say about what did Mr. Murdaugh, the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket
When?
when he tried to check his pulse.
Okay, so this was wrong. The lawyer noticed that this isn't the answer that he was looking for. What he was looking for was for her to testify correctly as to what was said, which is that it happened while he was trying to turn him over. So he then goes ahead and testifies for her now.
Did he try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
Every single one of these moves that the state are doing make me err more on the side of not guilty.
There's a scene in here where Alexander Murdaugh is looking at his phone. Remember that?
Correct, yes.
Can you actually see the phone in there and the times and the messages on the video that he's looking at?
You can on the bottom left of the screen.
And what was that in response to that he was looking at that?
When I asked what time, he texted Maggie.
So you saw those on his phone, looking at those when y'all were talking to him in the car?
I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but reviewing the video, I could see it.
Reviewing the video, did you see it?
Yes.
Then why does she have to testify? The jury can look at the video and get all the information that they need. We don't need this woman at all.
I've got a transcript here, but at the end of the video, toward the end of the interview, did Mr. Murdaugh say again he tried to turn over his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
He's not disputing this. What's the point?
That he tried to check him?
That's what he said.
And I know I asked you at the first, but I may not have done it too eloquently. Did he first tell you he tried to turn him over?
What?
Yes, he did.
Oh my God.
Yes,
And the cell phone popped out of his pocket?
that's correct.
And everybody heard it, but then something with it thinking maybe, then I put it back down really quickly, then I went, and you can't really understand the rest of it.
Yes.
I understood it perfectly fine. Why are you misrepresenting the video? If I were the defense, I would object a lot more during this.
What did you think about the phone popping out?
That was seemed.
Finally,
The objection sustained.
also calls for speculation.
Have you ever moved dead weight?
I have.
If we could start the Elmo, please.
He's trying to argue, I guess, that Mr. Murdaugh took out his son's phone to try to mess with it and mess with the evidence, but there's no evidence that he did anything like that, so what's the point again? Were there any fingerprints of his on the phone?
Judge, these are a couple of these pictures that I think they had this.
Here's the bottom line. If you want me as a juror, for example, to get the implication that it didn't just fall out of his pocket, but that he was looking through his son's pockets, his son who now has his brains exploded out of his head, going through his son's pockets, that would definitely leave fingerprints on the phone. So why aren't you confronting, like not exactly confronting, but why aren't you bringing up anything related to DNA or fingerprints found on the phone, suggesting that he heavily messed with the phone or that he used it extensively rather than it just literally maybe touching his hand at one place and falling out of the pocket or something like that?
On top of it, just to warn everybody, these are graphic photos. First is number 2. Who's this a picture of?
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
Did the defendant say he checked her pulse?
He did.
Did he tell you where?
He did not.
You didn't ask him. Could have been a pretty crucial
And before I get to it, did the
question to ask.
defendant ever tell you he'd been down to the kennels that night in this interview?
No.
After his nap, where did he say he went?
Went to check on his mother in Hampton.
He already asked all of these questions before. Is there a point that we're repeating ourselves?
Again, if you keep your computers covered, please. Fence 1.
And again, it doesn't seem like he's trying to impeach the witness or impeach, the whatever Mr. Murdaugh says. Instead, it just seems that he's trying to leave implications for the jury rather than showing them any facts that would demonstrate conclusively one thing or another.
The detective come down, please, Judge.
Yes.
And under those circumstances, it's just a straight up not guilty.
Detective, I'm going to get what you won't block and I won't block her. Did you see? I'm going to get back over here. Did the defendant tell you he tried to get the pulse of his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
God damn it! This is like what, the third, fourth time that you asked the question?
He did not. Just that he tried to turn him.
Say that last
He
thing.
tried to turn him.
And he told you he tried to turn him more than once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Objection, leading, Your Honor.
And it's not true.
Twice.
When? What? When did he say that?
I think you've testified you tried to lift dead weight, right?
I have.
Can you describe what's around Paul Murdaugh?
Blood and brain matter.
And if you were to, where's his hands?
Underneath his body.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
Underneath.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
By the way, where's his phone?
It's laying on the backside of his shorts.
Right there. Popped out, he said.
Yes.
So?
Is that his brain?
That is.
Mr. Harpootlian said blown out of his head?
Correct.
If you tried to take the pulse at the neck, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift his shoulder. To get
No,
across
no.
his neck.
Well, I don't see the
Correct.
picture.
Whether you-
But if he's lying on his stomach, you could easily check the pulse with him lying on his stomach. It wouldn't be ideal, but he's dead.
This way,
And besides, again, he said he tried to take his pulse. He didn't say that he has actually managed and successfully taken his pulse. This is all pointless. All of this is pointless. Of course, it's trying to leave implications again, but implications just won't cut it.
or this way,
Correct.
either underneath or overhead. Is that right?
Yes.
This is
Is that right?
this is not convincing
Yes.
at all. Even if he lied about trying to take his pulse, which I don't believe, but even if he did lie about it, it still doesn't bring anybody even a millimeter closer to guilt. The question is, did he kill them? Not, did he try resuscitation afterwards or not?
When you saw Alex Murdaugh, when you first came up to him?
She gonna sit down?
That's fine.
Why are you questioning her not in the chair?
Well, I made sure something again. Judge, I apologize. I see you. Just go back and sit down. Thank you. When you first saw Alex Murdaugh at the car, did you observe him?
I did,
Why?
just to make mental notes of what he was wearing and how he looked.
What were your mental notes?
That he was clean.
Say that again.
That he was clean.
You realize that that kind of
You were
blows
in
your
the car
own
with-
story.
You were behind him.
I was.
Well, if you would check his pulse, wouldn't you get blood splattered all over you?
Did you observe his hands?
I did.
Did you see his arms?
I did.
And when you were out on the side of the road beforehand, did you see his shirt,
I did.
his pants,
Yes.
his shoes?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the scene, when you first got there, did you
Write
see
down
any
notes.
footprints in the blood?
No.
Did you see any knee prints in the blood?
No.
This actually works against the prosecution because he needed to have time to switch all of his clothing into new clothing. He needed time to get rid of every tiny bit of DNA evidence and wash himself so thoroughly, which already it's been already been testified to previously that even if you wash yourself thoroughly in those 10 minutes and you're like almost like Superman levels of speed cleaning yourself, you would not be able to get rid of every single shred of evidence of or DNA or blood splatter or everything like that. You would always miss something. It would still be able to be picked up. Traces would still be able to be picked up. No evidence have been found so far, so this isn't doing them any favors. And the time frame with which he needed to get himself ready and rid of all evidence starts shrinking the more the prosecution put emphasis on how clean he is.
Anywhere around the body?
No.
Did you look at his shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoe? Alex Murdaugh shoes. What kind of shoes were they?
They were like an athletic tennis shoe.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood on his shoe?
I did not.
I want you to look at the legs and jumbo of his shirt. Did you see what appeared to be blood on Alex Murdaugh's hands?
I did not.
On his arm?
No.
On his shirt?
None.
On his shorts?
No.
That just means he is guilty.
On his shoes?
I did not.
How long was this after the 911 call?
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
All this fresh in his mind?
Yes.
But the cops arrived way before this interview took place, right? Again, he's trying to leave the implication that he had 2 or 3 hours to do all this stuff. But the officer arrived something like 20 minutes or less after he made the call. The first officer. And since that officer arrived, he would not have time or the privilege to go and change clothes and get rid of evidence while an officer is investigating what's going on. Is that what the prosecution are trying to say that happened? This is stupid.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
So what does that leave me as a juror? Again, he's trying to leave implications that if he were to turn him over, he would get blood splattered all over him. Not true at all. It's not necessarily the case that that's true. Idiot. The less solid evidence they bring forward, the less I take their side. The standard is guilty beyond reasonable doubt, not maybe there's a possibility that he's guilty. The standard isn't, it's suspicious, so he's guilty. That's not how anything works.
Was his phone taken that night, Alex Murdaugh?
I believe so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure, no, sir.
So it may not have been taken.
Yeah.
Dude, it's your witness. The fact that she's not sure works against you, not in your favor. You're trying to, again, leave implications that it might not have been taken. But she said she was pretty sure it was taken. So look what she testified to, which is, I don't know, but I think it was taken. And the conclusion the lawyer spins it to mean is, it might not have been taken. This is really, really, really shady, disgusting prosecution. It's like literally contradicting your own witness and trying to push a narrative that the witness is not supporting.
Now you were working with hey, you don't stand up. Miss David Owens, you were working with the Slam.
Yes.
When you after this interview, did you go to the actual house at 4147 now?
I did.
Okay. Did you go inside?
Just in the foyer, yes.
Okay. Did Agent Owens go inside?
He did.
Okay. Were the defendant's shirt, shoes, and pants collected by Agent Owens?
Yes.
You didn't collect them, he did?
I did not.
Okay. And those are the same shirt, shoes, and pants he was wearing there?
Correct.
Well, why are we talking
Slid
to
down
her then?
that night?
Yes.
Okay. After this, did you assist SLED in some things that came up in the investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I don't believe this will be objected to, but did you assist them with getting Maggie's car?
I did.
Okay. Some other cell phone evidence?
Search warrants.
She basically came to deliver a search warrant. Why are we listening to her talk so much?
Were there a search of some of the areas that you attended?
Yes.
In and around?
Yeah.
Moselle?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Search of ponds?
Yes.
Okay. So you assisted SLED at some point throughout this investigation?
Yeah, anytime they needed anything from the sheriff's office, Agent Owen could go through me or my captain whether it was storing a vehicle as evidence or using our evidence bay to process anything.
So
I was there to assist in any way that they needed.
And did you assist, I guess, in the helping with Alex Murdaugh's car as far as getting anything out of that car?
No, SLED processed that.
Yeah, you were useless, completely useless. It came to deliver a search warrant and did absolutely, literally nothing else.
Ask you one final question. Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul, is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over, told you that once, twice? Is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
Come
He's sitting at
on.
the defense table wearing a grayish-brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect he is, she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
It does.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold.
Wow, you're useless. You're such a useless pile of
Ladies and gentlemen, we
shit.
have to go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Holy crap! The prosecution lawyer has lost me. I'm not on his side at all. Nothing but shady tactics and implications upon implications with zero evidence. Zero. No evidence whatsoever.
Heard of the name.
One second, guys.
before the jury comes in, I want to review a few of the rules of court and rules of procedure with counsel. First, Rule 20 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure provides that there shall be no argument on objections unless requested by the court. And that's Rule 19.
What?
Rule 19? I'm sorry. Rule 18. No argument on objections unless requested by the court. Rule 18B. Then Rule 43H of the Rules of Civil Procedure, which is applied to the rules of criminal procedure, Rule 37, I believe it is. 37, yes. And that is that only one counsel for each party shall examine or cross-examine a witness. And by extension to that, the court's order, and that's Rule 611 and the procedure established in the courts of this state, the examining counsel only shall make objections. If Mr. Griffin is examining, going to cross-examine, Mr. Griffin makes objections. Likewise, with the state's attorney general, not any and everyone can jump up and object and argue. Any questions about either of those rules?
Your Honor, I understand the rule. So, as with the witness, they were attempting to get to testify about blood in the water yesterday, I objected, and it was a speaking objection. I apologize. But when I object, will you, and sometimes invite argument, or I'm trying to preserve objections in the record, and I'm just wondering, and since he doesn't get an appeal, that's not his concern, how would you like me to handle that?
Well, the objection speaks for itself. If the parties wish to place something on the record at some point in time after a witness after examination is over, the court will give.
Judge, but what he said was that he's trying to preserve issues on appeal in case he's actually found guilty. So what he's asking you, Judge, is to find him some kind of way in which he can preserve the actual issue without using talking objections. Instead, just like allow him to add like a side note of what he's actually trying to object to, not for you, but for the Court of Appeals judges.
Give you that opportunity. But if we have speaking objections, if one party makes an objection and proceeds to argue it through a speaking objection, I give equal time to opposing side. So we end up having a debate rather than that interrupts the trial and all of that. I certainly understand the defense's right to make a proper record, and we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
He just said that the
They've listed hearsay, in my opinion, and I object. Should I say objection hearsay or just object?
Yes, sir.
I can do that.
Yes, sir. The legal basis for the objection.
Okay.
Only.
Not a real advocacy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring the jury.
Detective Cross, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jim Griffin.
Detective
Jim
Rutland.
Griffin? Rutland, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name's Jim Griffin, and I represent Alec Murdaugh. You had testified on direct examination a moment ago that that it was, you believe, somewhat unusual for Mr. Murdaugh to go visit his mother as late as
That was nonsense.
9:06 on a
It's her opinion based on what? Based on the fact that she's a stupid bitch. That's the basis for her opinion.
Monday evening. You recall testifying?
I do.
And you were sitting in the car when he was being interviewed, and you recall him saying that his father, Mr. Randolph,
Was in the hospital.
had just been put in the hospital that very day,
That's correct.
and that it was an unusual day because Mr.
That's right.
Murdaugh was not with Ms. Libby Randolph, and she gets anxious when that occurs. You remember that?
I remember him saying
Okay.
something along those lines.
Yeah, but she's too stupid to actually listen to what the person's saying. If she finds something suspicious just intuitively based on her dumb intuition, which so far has not proven itself to be very, very good. And again, her intuition that is based on 1 year of experience in this highly demanding job. So she's a newbie. She doesn't know shit. And based on that and ignoring what's actually in front of her, she decided to find it suspicious. And of course, the state decided to elicit that from her during testimony when it's entirely baseless because they have literally nothing. At least that's what they're suggesting to me. Because, again, they're not showing any evidence. They're trying to leave the jury with implications that are actual lies.
And in that context, it's, you don't criticize a son who goes to visit his mother who has early onset dementia.
I wouldn't even think that it's strange that somebody goes to visit his dementia ill mother at 3 a.m. Why? Why not? Why would I find it suspicious depending on the hour of the day? What does the hour of the day have anything to do with the degree of suspiciousness?
On the very day in the afternoon that the father is admitted to the hospital. You're not here to criticize him for that, are you?
No, I didn't criticize. I just made a mental note that...
Yeah, you made a mental note because the prosecution want you to have leave the jury with implications that draw a conclusion of guilt without actually providing any evidence of guilt.
That was interesting.
Okay. And
You're a
you,
dumbass.
You walked the crime scene when you arrived, and you made some mental notes and observations that you subsequently recorded in a report, did you not?
I did.
And one of the things that you mentally noted and then subsequently reported was that there was a tremendous amount of blood spatter in the feed room area and around.
And
the
yet he was
hall
clean.
where the murder. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was brain matter and organic matter all about the place where Paul was murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you even described that there was matter, that blood that went up to the ceiling and to the door and
Everywhere.
everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And you also told the jury that Alec was clean,
Yes.
and you're referring to
Again, if he's clean, he's not guilty. He's not. It's. Ooh, it pisses me off sometimes how prosecutions can be such giant scumbags.
his shirt was clean, correct?
Correct.
His shorts were clean, correct?
Correct.
You remember the litany of Mr. Metters? Shorts, shirts, shoes were clean, correct?
That's correct.
He was clean, correct?
To my visual eye, he was clean. Yes.
And to your visual eye, it did not look like he had just blown his son's head off in the confines of a feed room where splatter is everywhere. Isn't that correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, let me ask you. In your mind's eye,
He
that
just
night
asked
on
you.
June 7th, did he look like some?
He didn't ask you, did you say this? He asked you, do you think this? And the fact that she's trying to be combative tells me that this bitch is, again, in the prosecution's pocket. She's not testifying honestly. she's testifying in a way that would make him look more guilty.
Someone had just blown his son's head off, spatter going everywhere.
Again, I can't say that for sure. A lot of things would come into play to affect that.
Yeah, I mean, it splattered everywhere, but there was a protective force field halo around him that managed to keep him clean while the blood was splattering all over the place. Unless you want to say that he changed, because the prosecution tried to say that he had 2 or 3 hours between when he called the cops to when you saw him clean. But in those 2 or 3 hours, he was already spending hours with police officers at that point. But the prosecution wanted to leave that out of the picture because they want the jury to come to have a wrong impression of what was going on that day.
Distance is one of them.
Well, certainly if he appeared that way on the night of June the 7th, you, a sworn law enforcement officer, you would have initiated process to take him into custody, I suspect, wouldn't you?
Yes?
No, that was not my role that evening. I was just assisting.
No, you just came to deliver a search warrant.
Was you obtained a search warrant, did you not?
That was her only job,
And that
literally.
was your first official duty.
It was her only duty there.
This double homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 3, Your Honor. I shared it with Mr. Metters during the break, and asked the witness to identify it.
If it wasn't for them needing her to deliver the search warrant, they wouldn't even invite her there. There would be literally no point for this newbie who doesn't know shit to be there. The only reason they got her there was because she was the only one available to obtain a search warrant at that time at night, and she came as fast as possible to deliver it. That's it.
You recognize Exhibit 3?
I do. This is the search warrant I got that night.
Your Honor, we'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence this time, I believe without objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I have it. So, tell the jury, please, Exhibit 3 is, well, first, let's just talk about a search warrant. What is a search warrant?
It grants us the right to search a certain item that may be potential evidence in a case.
And this search warrant was for what property?
4147 Moselle Road in Islandton, County of Colleton, State of South Carolina.
And it covers the whole
17,000 acres.
The whole
1,700
property,
acres,
does it not?
okay.
That is correct.
And it covers the house, the residence where you went into the foyer, right?
Correct.
It covers all the outbuildings, correct?
Correct.
And it covers, and it gives you the right to seize any type of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to see if I can get Mr. Elmo to work. Can you turn it on, please?
Okay, we can finally see something as the viewers, even though we can't make up anything.
I've got to turn sideways. All right. See if we can read that document. Is there light you can turn on here? That's much better. And can we zoom in? All right. Okay. Got it. Thank you. So, and this is the search warrant, right?
Yes, it is.
And it says description of premises to be searched. And here it's 4147 Moselle Road, Islandton. And then there's a PIN number. What's the PIN number?
That's a property identification number that's assigned to every parcels of real property within the county. It's set by the tax office.
It says the property to be searched are any residences, vehicles, outbuildings, kennels, or sheds, right?
That is correct.
And then it says the description of the property to search and to be seized, and that's under the description of property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared this document for the magistrate to sign.
I did.
And here says evidence that may be used or taken during the commission of a crime of homicide to include but not limited any item, tool, clothing, gloves, mask, hats, hoodies, shoes, boots, jewelry, firearms, ammunition, shell casings, guns.
Did you find any? Did you find any bloody clothing that he could have gotten rid of, that he tried to get rid of swapping to clean clothing?
Shot residue.
And the answer would be no. We found absolutely no evidence whatsoever tying him to the crime.
Weapons, identification documents, any paperwork, etc.
This is good.
It says any evidence inside vehicles on the property, any evidence found in outbuildings or sheds, any tire, shoe impressions, any and all DNA, to include but not limited to fingerprints, touch DNA, etc. Any drugs, narcotics, drugs, paraphernalia, any and all cellular phones, phone records, to include incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, voice messages, etc. Then it goes on to talk about photographs and whatnot. It's all encompassing, isn't it?
It is.
And this is basically as broad of a search warrant that you draft because it's a homicide investigation.
And yet they found nothing. Zero, zilch, nothing tying him to the crime. This is just how absurd this trial is.
And it gives you carte blanche on the property of the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And with the search warrant, you had the authority to go in the house and look for unclean, dirty clothes. Did you not?
I wasn't in that capacity then.
I wasn't.
The search warrant provided that authority to law enforcement, did it not?
It would have, yes.
Did they find anything?
And you mentioned that you got into the law enforcement business because you're CSI, TV.
She's a true crime aficionado, meaning she likes to make theories in her mind, and she likes to read a lot of cheap novels. That's basically the summation of her expertise.
Junkie of sorts. Did I understand you to say that?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Yeah, the last person I would ever trust a word out of their mouth.
And
like literally, she's like she became a detective because she's obsessed with crime and fascinating cases, which if everything is if I take all of the facts about this case as I saw them, this is not an interesting case at all, because right now this is a prosecution against somebody who is not related to the incident whatsoever. So she obviously has an incentive to make up all these weird theories in her mind about how he might have been able to try and get away with a crime, because that is what true crime aficionados always obsess about and try to think about, like as if this is some kind of like conspiracies and secrets and stuff like that, rather than just a simple case of false prosecution of somebody.
And you've seen CSI shows where they go and they look in the drains of showers or sinks and to see if blood residue had been recently flushed through there. That's possible, is it not?
It could be.
And that's just not on TV. I mean, that's skills that SLED's crime team has available to them, correct?
I don't know what they have available, but that would be a
Yeah, you don't know anything. I don't know why we're talking to you even.
And actually there were the clean clothes that Alec Murdaugh was wearing that night, they were seized, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, and the clean shoes were seized, correct?
Yes.
And the clean shirt was seized, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay. But you were in the house when that happened, but you didn't collect the clothes, right?
I did not collect anything. I stood by in the foyer.
And did nothing.
And who did the collection? Do you recall?
Special Agent Owen.
And was he assisted by anybody?
I was just standing by.
Doing nothing.
They went to a back bedroom, and I was in the foyer area. It was like an open floor plan.
And do you recall how?
Right now we're talking to a delivery boy.
Do you recall what Mr. Owen, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, apologize, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, did you observe what he collected the clothes in?
I did not.
Did he collect all the clothes and put them in one paper bag?
I don't recall.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the jury heard the complete video, audio of the interview with Alec Murdaugh on the evening, early morning hours of June the 8th, and yet you were asked to repeat some of the things that he said, and I want to.
More than once.
I mean, the tape speaks for itself.
He repeated like the same question 4 times.
Testimony, so just want to ask you, are you saying that Mr. Murdaugh tried to turn his son over 2 times on that tape, or that on 2 occasions?
I actually commented about this earlier when during the direct, where he elicited testimony that it happened twice, and I said no, that only happened once. Well, there you go. He's now confronting her and impeaching her on a lie she made on the stand.
He described one incident that he tried to turn his son over.
The latter that he explained twice, 2 different times.
So.
Yeah, but the prosecutor is such a scumbag that he asks his questions in a way that would leave implications that are not reality, but he's trying to spin a story, spin some kind of theory in the mind of the jury rather than show them the actual evidence that proves that he's guilty of murder.
So in answer to your questions, if anyone would walked away thinking that Alec Murdaugh told you that he tried to turn him over 2 times, that would just be mistaken, and we've now clarified it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's exactly what the prosecution tried to do, to confuse the facts.
Or Special Agent Owen never asked Mr. Murdaugh how he tried to turn his son over.
Good question.
Correct.
And what did he mean by try to take his pulse? What is trying exactly?
And so you see Mr. Metters crawling around on the floor down here as trying to reenact something. But that night he never was asked specifically, what did you do to try to turn your son over?
Right. It was all a show.
That's correct. We did not ask that.
So it was all just bullshit.
And that night he was not asked specifically how the phone popped out of his pocket while you were trying to turn it
This
on.
is great.
Right?
Correct.
And that night he was not asked specifically how far were you able to move Paul, if at all, when you tried to flip him over, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, did he...
I'm curious what the prosecution are going to try, how they're going to try to come back from this on redirect.
Did he really even say that I was trying to flip him over to check his pulse?
No.
I'd have to check the transcript. But
He didn't say
think
that.
He said something along those lines.
No, he didn't.
Or did he tell you where he tried to check Paul's pulse?
He did not.
He didn't.
So we don't know from your interview.
That whole reenactment and asking her, well, if I was trying to take pulse from the hand, then how would I do it? If I was trying to take a pulse from the neck, how would I do it? Yeah, exactly the 2 places that happen to not be possible in this specific circumstance. But again, Mr. Murdaugh didn't really... They're not impeaching him because he didn't say that he actually successfully took his pulse from his hand or his neck. He said he tried to take his pulse. That's literally the only thing that he said. To me, that could mean he went over to the body, put a hand on his shoulder, realized that it's futile, and gave up. That's also trying. Trying it could be anything from thinking about it to actually almost completing the entire process.
Special Agent Owen's interview, how he tried to turn him over, how the phone popped out, or at least how Alec describes it, because he wasn't asked, and where on Paul's body he attempted to check his pulse, correct?
Correct.
They didn't ask. And the reason they didn't ask is because he was absolutely not a suspect at that time. They had absolutely no suspicion of him whatsoever. The way he conducted himself that day did not make him a suspect in the eyes of any of the investigators or the staff there that were trying to collect evidence. He was not suspicious to any of them. Not his behavior, nor his mannerisms. His grief seemed natural. The way he answered questions seemed natural, to the point where they didn't think it prudent to really dig into that much detail, because they thought that since he's not the suspect, why would we try to dig so deeply into what exactly he was trying to do? Now, was it a mistake for them because he might very well have been a suspect? Maybe it was a mistake on the investigators to presume that he's not, presume innocence back then when they're trying to collect evidence. But the fact is, he was convincingly unsuspicious at the time.
And you were asked questions about whether there were knee prints and footprints by Paul's body, next to his body, right?
Yes, I was asked that.
And did you do such a forensic analysis, investigation to see if there were boot prints or footprints around Paul's body?
No, she didn't.
I looked with my eyes.
Okay. And were you aware that before you got there? Well, what time did you get there?
2 hours after?
Check my notes.
Sure.
Okay.
2 hours after the phone call, and at least an hour after the phone call.
Through Mr. Elmo.
And we've had prior testimony that some of the police officers, that the first responders, already tried to start collecting evidence and were walking around and might have left footprints all over the place. They don't know.
I think I'm through for now.
12:22 a.m. I was on scene.
Okay, 12:22 a.m. And Paul's body and Maggie's bodies were covered up with a sheet, but still present, correct?
Correct.
So when you were looking at Paul's body, just observing whether there are footprints near him, you couldn't see right next to his body because of the sheet, could you?
The sheet was mostly on his body, not on the cement on the ground next to the body.
Still.
Was it a fitted sheet?
No, but it wasn't a queen sheet either.
Okay. Then, I'm sure you've seen photos of the sheet. Were you aware that...
How did anybody put the sheet on him without leaving any footprints? I mean, they both had sheets on them. They both had plenty of officers walking back and forth. The fact that there were no footprints could just mean that that place doesn't really take footprints that easily, because the fact is she didn't see any. Okay.
Captain Chapman and others went around Paul's body and lifted the sheet up to see if there was a gun underneath him.
Not at the time I was at the scene, no.
Well, I take it you did not observe their footprints anywhere in the area either then,
Exactly.
right?
Not that I recall.
Right, so no footprints were left, and that's it. It's literally that simple. Not Mr. Murdaugh's or anybody else's. So, and if there were footprints, again, it could have been his and it could have been anybody else's, because just like he should have been around the body, so have a lot of other people. You're not an investigator, you're a delivery boy.
And you said that Alex's pants were clean. Remember saying that?
I remember saying that.
What color pants did he have on?
Khaki.
All right. And are you aware of any forensic testing that had been done to the pants to see whether there was blood on the pants?
That night?
Subsequently?
No, there was nothing done that night forensically.
That night nothing was done forensically?
Not before I interviewed him, no.
Right. And you just did not observe any blood on his pants or in his pocket?
No, just simply speaking with him like this, looking him up and down, I did not see any blood on him.
And he didn't look like someone who had just been within feet of blowing Paul's head off, right?
The stippling would show, once we get testimony about it, how close the gun was to the actual victim at the time of the shooting, and that could actually paint a much clearer picture as to what could have gone on and what didn't go on.
Again, I can't say that. There's so many different factors that you would have to take into account.
Yeah, why are we even talking to this bitch right now?
Now,
Why is she here?
you did a lot more, I believe, that night. After you left, well, let's go back. When you got to the scene, you partnered up with Agent Owen, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw inside the shed, and you observed there was wadding on the floor near his feet, Paul's feet.
Correct.
And when you say wadding, what are you talking about?
The internal components of a shotgun shell.
And then you saw in the rear window of the shed there were several holes, right?
That is correct.
And you described in your report that you saw large amounts of blood spatter and brain skull matter were on the door to the shed and the items within the storage building. You saw all that, right?
That's correct.
And then you went and examined Maggie's body, did you not?
I wouldn't say examined. I would just say I looked at her.
Yeah, she did nothing.
One of the things that you noticed when you were looking at Maggie's body, I believe you said you noticed there are a few clumps of her hair and a broken earring were located near a UTV tire, right?
That is correct.
And what's UTV tire?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by UTV?
All-terrain vehicle, like a four-wheeler, side by side.
UTV?
And and you talked about these foot impressions that you observed, right?
I did.
And I said I was done with Mr. Elmo, but I'm not. Can we put these back up, please?
Mr. Elmo? The projector have a name?
Can you turn on Elmo? It's on. Oh, there it is.
Is it literally that the projector is called Elmo?
How do you zoom in, Doug? Let's just change the color. Make it light. Okay. All right. I think that's good. Okay, hang on. May not be a good one. You mentioned that you told investigators that worked for me and Mr. Harpootlian that the boot prints were not yours in these photos, right?
That is correct.
But now you told the jury that the boot prints are yours.
That's incorrect. Those are not my boot prints.
Okay. Whose boot prints are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so okay. That's why I get to do this. So.
Objection is coming.
Yes, let's pose questions.
So, you don't know whose boot prints those are?
No.
No.
All right.
The prosecution is salty, but they're... Again, you're supposed to get justice, not an outcome. Why are they so invested in this?
Now, one thing about this search warrant that I asked you about earlier, it was, do you have it up there?
I couldn't remember if I gave it back to you or
I
not.
don't think you did.
Okay.
That's okay. It was never executed, was it?
Oh. I handed this off to SLED agents once I was at the scene. Thank you.
You said you handed the search warrant off to SLED agents.
I did.
Okay. But to your knowledge, was it ever executed?
Yes, it was.
Or you think it was executed?
It was.
And why do you say that?
Because the SLED crime scene unit, I was present while they were processing the scene and executing the search warrant.
And so there are two ways that law enforcement can get access to property. One is through a search warrant and one's by consent. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh gave SLED, Colleton County, any law enforcement, FBI, carte blanche consent to search his property?
That wasn't relayed to me. I was tasked with getting a search warrant, so I did.
Yeah, you're literally a delivery boy for the search warrant. Nobody told you anything. You didn't do anything. You just stood there and looked at people doing things because you're a newbie. You started being an investigator maybe a year or maximum 2 beforehand. You have no experience. Nobody trusts your opinion or judgment or think that you're even competent to do anything. There's no reason for you to be on the stand beyond saying, yes, I brought the search warrant. The search warrant is valid. Yes, it's my signature on the search warrant. And anything beyond that, don't ask me because I did literally nothing. I was just standing by and doing literally nothing.
Okay, and once a search warrant is executed, a return is filed with the magistrate who issued it, right?
That's correct.
And you never filed a return on that search warrant, right?
Do you have, like I said, it was given to SLED, so.
So we'll find out more about that. But to your knowledge, I mean, you didn't file a return, that's all you can say, right?
I don't recall. I have to check my notes.
You heard on the tape, you heard Mr. Murdaugh say you can do anything, look for anything. Do you remember him just giving consent to whatever you need?
As far as speaking with him, yes, I remember him saying that.
Okay. And you walked back through the crime scene one last time before you cleared the area on the morning of the 8th, is that right?
You could say that. We were walking around the whole night and staying out of the way of the crime scene unit.
Were you there after the crime scene unit left?
No, I was not. They were still processing when I left.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the crime scene unit left shotgun pellets behind in the feed room?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
20, 30, even more shotgun pellets left behind in the feed room.
Did they?
Were you aware of that?
Objection is sustained.
The jury heard it. But I don't see how that's relevant to anything.
On Thursday, June 10th, 2 days, 3 days, Thursday, June the 10th, you went with SLED, a number of SLED agents and law enforcement agents went to meet with Mr. Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh's brothers, Randy and John Marvin, Mr. Murdaugh's son. They all agreed to meet, and y'all found a location outside of Barnville, I believe. You remember doing that?
I do. I remember doing that.
And that was, during that, I believe you and a SLED agent interviewed Mr. Randy Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Randy Murdaugh agreed to allow the download of his cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And gave consent, right?
He did.
Honestly, this is pretty exculpatory stuff. I mean, if I was guilty of a double homicide, I would not give carte blanche to the police to do whatever the fuck they want. I would tell them, okay, you can look in the house. Sure, you can look in the yard. Sure, you can look in this, you can look in that. But I would absolutely want them to follow through with a warrant. And, of course, I wouldn't try to appear suspicious in any way, but I would be more curious about what they intended to do, what they tried to turn over, because... I mean, sure, on the one hand, it's a double homicide investigation, but on the other hand, they can leave your house a wreck after leaving, searching for everything, turning over your entire house, and then you're left with all the cleaning up to do. So I would be hesitant to let them do whatever the fuck they want and give them a carte blanche, but he did.
And Mr. Alec Murdaugh, to your knowledge, gave consent to download his cell phone, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh did the same, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Buster Murdaugh did the same, correct?
He did.
And everyone gave a voluntary interview that day, to your knowledge, right?
They did.
That's good.
And then a little bit later, on the Wednesday, June 16th, you assisted SLED when they went out to the Moselle property and went diving, searching for, well, let me ask you. When you assisted SLED dive team, or did you assist SLED dive team on June 16th, 2021?
I did.
And with a search of the Moselle property, focusing on waterways, ponds, the Salkehatchie River access points for evidence from the crime, correct?
That's correct.
Were you looking for the firearms that were used to murder Maggie and Paul?
We were looking for anything that could have been linked to their murders.
And then you utilized ATVs and canvassed the entire 1,700 acres of land.
I did. That was my assignment that day.
And once again, that was done with consent by Mr. Murdaugh, correct?
That is correct.
And then went back the next day and dove another pond on the property. You remember doing that?
I didn't dive, but I was standing by, yes.
You were there?
Yes.
And again, that was with consent, right?
Correct.
And then you were given consent and you did a search of a white F-250 pickup that Paul normally drove, right?
That is correct.
And while you were there, Mr. Davis shows up, and Mr. Davis, you understood to be the caretaker for the dogs, right?
Yes, that's what he explained his job title was at Moselle.
And that, did you observe him doing his work that day?
I did.
Did you watch him wash down the dog runs?
I don't remember that part.
But you were able to look at his tire marks and make an assessment as to whether they appeared to match the tire marks that were seen under the shed portion next to the old airplane hangar, right?
That's correct. He parks under the canopy next to the UTV.
And then on Friday, June the 18th, you had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine the length from the photo in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that possibly was indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I didn't say that in my report, no.
So why did you note it in your report?
Because it was an observation.
Wait, I need to
And you made a mental.
hear that again.
You had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine the length from the photo in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that possibly was indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I didn't say that in my report, no.
Well, so why did you note it in your report?
Because it was an observation.
Okay.
You also noticed in your report that there were some injuries, what appeared to be to Paul's face, that like he had been some type of struggle, right?
I noted what to me could have been scratches or a bruise on his cheek.
And we heard some testimony yesterday about a bolo on the lookout for a white pickup that Paul normally drives. I mean, that pickup was found the next morning, correct?
That's correct. It was broken down.
Yeah, and you learned through your investigation that Paul had switched vehicles with his uncle John Marvin, and John Marvin was rushing to Moselle when he got the phone call in Paul's truck, and it broke down on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's correct. It was I believe Mr. Randolph struggled to get in and out of the truck.
What?
Did Colony County Sheriff's Office put out a statement to the press on the morning of June the 8th that there's no need to public to be alarmed?
I don't believe that came from our office. It did not come through CID for approval. I never seen that press release.
So
I was about to say, so let the record reflect that.
Alec Murdaugh, you're assisting SLED, night of June the 7th, morning June the 8th. Was Alec Murdaugh a suspect?
No.
That night, everybody was a suspect.
No, it wasn't.
Everybody? Can you be more specific? Who else were suspects?
She can't. It was a stupid
there was
answer.
reasons we were asking certain questions. Who his best friend is? Who, their routine each day.
But she didn't mean everybody was a suspect. What she meant is we had no primary suspect. That is what she meant to say, but instead she said everybody was a suspect. That was an emotional answer, not a truthful one.
Different scenarios it could have been that night. So, in my view, everybody was a suspect at that point.
In her view.
Including Alec.
Including Alec.
But you're just a delivery boy. Who cares about your opinion, honestly?
May I beg the court's indulgence to consult with her? exhibit number that's in evidence before we play it? I know. Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Exhibit 1. We need to cover our screens. It is a portion of sensitive matter. Can you see that, Ms. Rutland?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's just stop right there. You see how far that sheet is on either side of Paul's body there?
Good.
At this point in time, yes, I see how it looks.
Is that roughly how far it was across Paul's body when you got there?
Yes, it was.
No, because I could see the top of his head.
Well, I'm talking about the width of his body. Was it that far across?
I don't recall how it was because I could see parts of his body.
Oh, you
It
don't
was still-
recall how it was, so all of your previous testimony was a lie. Okay. Because you kind of testified that no, it wasn't that extending that far outside his body. It was basically almost tucked under him from what you testified. That's what prompted the attorney to ask if it was a fitting body bag.
Did you notice any footprints of the agent there inside the kennel?
No, I believe he's standing on
In the food room?
in the feed room.
Right.
No. But it was starting to rain.
Okay, you stop right there, please. Can you back it up just 5 seconds? Yeah, and play it. Okay. As soon as it goes down, a little bit further. All right, please stop. Was that how far across the sheet was when you observed Paul's body?
I don't remember. Like I said, when I got there, there was SLED agents as well as deputies standing around the scene, and I wasn't sure what had happened before I got there. I don't recall how the sheet was.
Well, was the sheet on Paul's body the entire time you were walking the crime scene?
No, eventually it was removed when the crime scene unit was ready to process his body.
And I just want to clear up. When you said Alec was wearing khakis, were you referring to shorts or long pants?
Shorts.
Is this from the video from the interview? Your Honor, we're going to publish a small portion of the video in the car, which is their last exhibit. Well, excuse me, that's from number 1. Those are shorts he was wearing?
Yes.
Are those khakis or green?
Khaki style, green.
Khaki style green, okay. Idiot.
Take it down. That's all the questions we have, Your Honor.
And redirect.
This witness was fucking terrible. How are you gonna...
Mr. Griffin asked you about some things you did after your interview the following days.
He did.
And you had mentioned a search warrant was executed. Were you working with SLED after June 8th? He's asked you about them. And did you work with them in executing search warrants?
I did.
Specifically on June 9. And who were you working with?
Special Agent Owen.
And I think did Mr. Griffin ask you, there was a truck on the side of the road that went back to her brother John Marvin?
That's correct.
So that was the white truck
Yes.
that was on the side of the road?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
John Marvin.
Okay, and that was off the property of Massell?
That's correct.
Okay. So that has nothing to do with this case as far as suspect and this killing, does it?
No, it did not. We processed to rule it out.
What was that last thing?
We processed it to rule it out.
Okay. And he asked you about meeting with these folks and them talking to you. You were working with SLED doing that, weren't you?
I was.
SLED was investigating this case.
Yes.
Getting swabs. Getting swabs from folks? In general,
Yeah.
getting swabs?
I was present when swabs were taken, yes. Mhm.
I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
you took them. I'm
No,
just following up on his
that's
question.
correct, yeah.
Were you present when interviews were taken?
I was present, yes.
What are we trying to establish here?
And who was leading those interviews?
SLED.
Who was in charge?
SLED.
Were they investigating?
They were investigating.
She was just a delivery boy. Why are you asking her these questions? Yeah, you're establishing that she did nothing. Okay, and...
Did you assist SLED with the initial timeline on phone calls?
I did.
On June 12th, did you assist SLED in removing an internal computer black box of a Chevy Suburban?
I did, by standing by.
By standing by.
On June 14th, did you assist SLED in obtaining a search warrant for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
I did.
So, standing there and giving them moral support and encouragement is, as far as the prosecution is concerned, assisting.
And was Lieutenant Kent in charge of that?
He was.
Was SLED investigating?
SLED was investigating.
Was that what's referred to as the blue box?
Black box, I
Black
believe.
box? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Mhm.
Were you with SLED when Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes was towed?
I was.
Did y'all have a search warrant for that?
We did.
What's the point?
I think he asked you, were you with SLED when ponds were searched in the area?
I was.
That's June 16th, would you dispute that, 2021?
No, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you about a truck that a Mr. Davis was driving out of the shed. Were you able to confirm that the tire tracks in the shed were his?
I did, by looking at them.
By looking at them?
Yes. Mhm.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, did Mr. Davis said he was in and out of there a couple times a day?
Twice a day, yes.
So those tracks inside the shelter were whose?
The dog caretaker, Mr. Davis.
And I think he asked you about water. Just remind me, the night you were there, did you see water around the bodies?
I did.
Okay.
Is there any relevance to this question?
He asked you about some injuries, I think, that you had noted in your report. How did Paul fall?
Face down at an angle outside the feed room.
On what?
The honest
hands
answer
and
is
arms.
she would have no idea.
His face hit what?
The gravel.
She only knows how they found him, not how it happened, and she's not SLED. She wouldn't know the actual details of how it
Mr.
happened.
Griffin asked you about how many times the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, had mentioned or turned his son Paul's body on page 2 of the transcript or towards the front. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You remember him saying that?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out.
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out,
Correct.
So,
and I tried to do something, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Correct.
Were his words, I think I tried to turn him over.
Yes.
And later on, I tried to turn him, and then I tried to check him.
yeah. So he said it twice.
I tried to turn him.
Correct.
He asked you about the sheet on the body. Did you see?
Again, you're leaving implications and then you're letting it hang. You're not actually following through with what we're supposed to deduce from that. Yeah, you again, you repeated it twice. I would actually ask the judge for another cross in which I would say, okay, so he said it twice. He didn't do it twice. Correct? Yes. Do you have any idea why the prosecution keep trying to leave the impression that he did it twice, despite the fact that you testified that that's not what happened?
See the front or the top of Paul's head?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you about the sheet over that body. I want to ask you about the sheet. When you saw Richard Alexander Murdaugh, did he have a sheet over him?
He did not.
Could you see his face, his hands, his body, his pants, and his shirt?
I could.
Was that supposed to be a gotcha? Because, again, if he's clean, that's not an implication against him. That's an implication for him, you idiots. That means you have no evidence connecting him to the crime. He's trying to somehow make the jury leave with the implication that, well, if he didn't have any blood on his clothes, that clearly means that he's guilty. Okay, but if he had blood on his clothes, you would also say that that implies that he's guilty, right? Yeah, so basically, him being guilty would cover every single scenario that can happen with his clothes, whether they're clean, entirely clean with no blood on him, or if there is blood on them. Either way, the prosecution is going to leave the implication that he's guilty because of that. It's so dumb. I'll be right back, guys.
Did he look like somebody who just changed his clothes?
Yes.
That is absolutely...
Objection. Response, Mr. Meadows.
I couldn't hear what he said. I'm sorry. Did those clothes appear to be fresh?
They did.
Like they just come out of the laundry?
They could be.
That is him testifying. I don't know why the judge is even asking for a basis for that objection. It's an improper question.
That's all we have.
Further questions?
The state are scummy, scummy motherfuckers. How would she know if they look like they have just come out of the laundry? And why is she qualified to even answer that? Have they established that she's an expert in clothing, laundry, and bloodstains? No, they didn't qualify her as an expert in those things, right? So why is he allowed to ask her about those things? It's... Again, the more scummy the state is, the more I'm going to lean towards his innocent, and that these guys are so incompetent that they now let a murderer of two at large, and they're just going after the grieving father. That's how I'm feeling from all of this so far.
Briefly on it, Detective, it was raining that night, wasn't it?
It started to rain before we did our interview.
Can you put up that photo of his shorts and shirt that we saw a minute ago?
Recrossing was absolutely essential because the state of... They're really, really disgusting in their questions.
What's that? Waiting for signal.
We're literally on day 3, and not a single shred of evidence tying him to the murder came up yet. Not even one piece of evidence. Nothing. Literally zero. This is actually odd for a trial to go on so long with the prosecution not providing a single shred of evidence.
You saw him wearing, sitting in the car?
Correct.
And your testimony, those clothes look like they're freshly washed.
He's sweating and they are dry, so I would say yes.
What?
Thank you.
You may step down. You call your next witness.
Delilah Cericion.
Are we gonna get any witnesses that can actually testify to something that demonstrate his guilt at all? Are there any actual witnesses instead of just the police officers that showed up?
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm this testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, Delilah Cericione, Cirencione.
Good afternoon, Agent Cericion.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED. I'm currently in the Behavioral Science Unit, but was formerly in the Crime Scene Unit.
Behavioral science, that doesn't sound promising. It sounds like she's gonna testify based on psychology and not facts.
Now, did you tell me that the mic cannot be turned up more and it cannot be moved? It's fixed?
Is that better, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. From what time or what dates were you working in the SLED Crime Scene Unit?
I was with SLED Crime Scene from 2017 until 2022 in October.
So on June 7th of 2021, you were working with SLED Crime Scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you have an occasion to be involved in the investigation of Alec Murdaugh?
I did.
And what was your involvement in that investigation?
On June 8th, I was requested by my Lieutenant Todd Shank to respond to the call to medical center to collect buccal swabs or DNA swabs from 2 victims.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just a DNA swab, so it's a sterile Q-tip about this size, kind of like a Q-tip you use for your ear, and you swab the inside of the victim's
Do we really need
cheeks
to
for
know the
DNA
intricacies
standard.
of DNA sampling?
Do you just take one swab?
It comes in a set of 2 swabs within one container, so 2 swabs for each victim.
So you rub the inside of the person's cheek with that swab?
Yes, ma'am.
On both
What
sides.
do you do with the swabs?
Then it's placed back inside the sterile container and it's put into a coin envelope where it's sealed, dated, initialed, and the time of the collection is written on the envelope.
And it is
sealed and dated and initialed to ensure that it is not tampered with? Would that be
No.
correct?
That is correct.
No.
And if someone else
It's so it could
analyzes
so it could be identified, not so it isn't tampered with.
or manipulates that swab, they should note that on the packaging?
I'm not sure how it goes after it's out of my control, but I chained all that over to Lieutenant Tom Shank once I went back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory.
So where did you turn those buccal swabs in?
After I left the medical center, I went back to SLED to the Forensic Laboratory and did a chain of custody with my lieutenant, and it was then in his custody.
And going back, just to be clear, who did you collect buccal swabs from?
One female victim, Margaret, and one male victim, Paul Murdaugh.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ciano, I'm going to show you these evidence baggies from SLED. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be the buccal swabs that you collected from Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
They are.
And how do you know that?
Both of these have my initials, the date, and a description on them, and they're sealed with my initials and the date.
And looking at those, can you tell if anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. There's additional lab number and item number and 2 other initials on them.
So once you collected those, it would appear that someone from the lab performed analysis on those swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibit 102 and 202 for identification purposes only as State's Exhibit 202, 201, excuse me, being a buccal swab of Paul Murdaugh, and 202 being a buccal swab from Margaret Murdaugh. And Your Honor, we would actually move to enter these into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
They're entered into evidence as those exhibit numbers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Cirencion, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Once I cleared from the Carlton Medical Center collecting the buccal swabs, I was requested by Captain Ryan Neal with the SLED Low Country Region to respond to the initial scene of the crime scene and collect a cell phone that was collected by their agents via chain of custody.
And whose cell phone did you collect from Ryan Neal? Do you know?
I'm not aware of whose cell phone it was. It was a iPhone cell phone with a clear case.
And what did you do with that cell phone when you collected it?
The cell phone was collected by a chain of custody with Captain Ryan Neal, and then it was placed in a brown paper bag, sealed, and transported back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory, where it was chained over to Lieutenant Todd Shank.
No further.
No further. Actually, there is something further. Come on, get this testimony over with. It's basically, this is finally something factual. It's like, this is evidence, this is evidence, this is evidence. God damn.
Agent Cirencion, I'm going to show you state's exhibits 203 and 205. This is case exhibit 204, which is the cell phone, along with a paper bag here. Can you tell that's the paper bag that you collected this cell phone and put that cell phone in that paper bag?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how can you tell that?
It's got my handwriting on it with my initials and the date and a description of the cell phone.
This time the state would offer state's exhibit 204 into evidence.
Object to it coming into evidence.
It'll be marked for identification, those two exhibits.
The phone, those are the chain. The phone. Is that the phone or is that the chain of evidence?
State's exhibit 204 is the cell phone.
I marked for identification, Your Honor. We have no objection to being marked.
For identification.
And Agent Cirencion, if you could take a look at state's exhibits 205 and 203 and tell us what those appear to be.
Both of these are chains of custody from myself to my lieutenant at the time, and from
Is he going to object to the chains of custody?
myself, and then from myself to Todd Shank. They're both for the cell phone as well as the buccal swabs.
So those forms show where you collected or received the buccal swabs in the cell phone. Is that right?
They're chain of custody, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is it you do for SWED? I mean, I understand you receive things, you take buccal swabs, but do you transport things, or do you have another role at SWED?
I'm currently a special agent with the Behavioral Science Unit.
Okay. At this time, in June of 2021, what were you doing?
Good
In
question.
June of 2021, I was a agent with the Crime Scene Unit. With the Crime Scene Unit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You help process crime scenes.
Yes, sir. I respond to the state and process crime scenes, collect evidence, document evidence, write reports, and so on, and testify in court proceedings.
And did you do any crime scene processing other than receiving these items in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So, what happened to, where's that cell phone?
All exhibits, once they've been marked for identification, they remain with the court reporters.
So, and I guess I'll put this here. You received this cell phone. They didn't tell you it was Maggie Murdaugh's phone, did they?
No, sir.
But you received this cell phone on the morning of what? When?
It was June 8th.
June 8th, the morning after the murders.
Yes, sir. It was June 8th, 2024.
And where was the agent that gave this to you? Where did he meet you?
The initial crime scene.
Okay, at the house, by the dog pens, where?
In the yard near the kennels. And
Okay.
yes, sir.
And when you received it, was it on or off?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phones can continue to receive information or erase memory after they're, at any point, but specifically when you're trying to preserve evidence, do you know whether to turn it off or leave it on? Anybody instruct you on that?
I'm not an expert with the cell phones, so I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Secondly, do you know what a Faraday bag is?
No, sir.
I'm assuming it's a bag that's supposed to prevent static electricity from affecting electronics that are in evidence.
Okay, a Faraday bag, for your edification, is something you put an electronic device in so that no one can access it. It can't receive new data.
Objection, Your Honors. Is there a question?
Here it is, I'm getting to it. And it can't erase data. Did you know that?
No, sir.
You're in the crime scene. Have you ever recovered phones before?
Yes, we recover cell phones, but they're typically collected directly by computer crimes or the regional agents.
Why wasn't it in this
So
case?
In this instance, though, they were not done the normal way, is what you're saying, the usual way. They gave it to you.
This way, it was just directly transferred to myself so I could bring it back to the SLED lab.
So
And
she was a
no one
delivery
cautioned
boy
you about
also.
Putting it in a Faraday bag or not turning it off.
Not that day, no, sir.
So would that have been, and who gave it to you, agent?
Captain Ryan Neal with SLED Low Country.
Okay. And he just handed it to you, and you put it in a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether it was on or off.
I don't recall.
And there's a passcode in this bag with it. Do you know where that came from?
I wrote the passcode that I was given on the brown paper bag.
Okay. And then somebody else wrote it on this piece of paper?
I did not write it on that piece of paper.
That's not what he asked.
Just to be clear, you were not asked to handle this cell phone any different than if you'd been given a can of pork and beans to put into evidence, right? Is that right?
It depends if the pork and beans were evidence, but
Well, assume it's a can of pork and beans and it's a piece of evidence and they want you to transport it. Did they give you any special instructions about the cell phone as opposed to a can of pork and beans?
Good
No,
question.
sir. The cell phone was collected using gloves and directly placed into the brown paper bag.
So just like any other piece of
Completed.
evidence.
A description was written and it was transported straight to the forensic lab for processing.
And you don't know whether it was open, whether it had been shut down or was still on?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Can I put this back in the paper bag? So I don't drop it again?
Sure.
So I wonder where he's going with this, because the prosecution said that the cell phones are going to be a crucial part of the evidence in this case, which to me doesn't sound very convincing as far as like going beyond reasonable doubt that he's guilty. But I wonder what of the two possibilities is going on here. Is the cell phone actually incriminatory of Alex and suggest that he actually did the crime, or is he just trying to dismiss this piece of evidence as inadmissible, thereby taking away the state's central piece of evidence in general, but that there's nothing really implicating on the phone or anything like that? It's just that, well, if the state are going to use the phone, then I might as well take that away from them.
Thank you for indulgence, one moment.
Basically, the bottom line is what's on that phone that is actually evidence. That's what I wonder about.
Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may
Good.
step down. And you may call your next witness. Do you have another witness available at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may approach.
Started, Your Honor.
Melinda Worley. Raise your right hand and left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Melinda Worley, W-O-R-L-E-Y.
Good afternoon, Agent Worley.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for SLED
And how long have you worked for SLED?
since
SLED.
August of 2011.
And what is your current position at SLED?
I'm currently a senior criminalist in the latent print unit of the Forensic Services Lab.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training and other experiences at SLED that have led you to this point?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in anthropology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from Mercyhurst College, a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Florida. And along with the master's degree, I also received a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation. I started at SLED in 2011 in the crime scene unit as a special agent. I followed through the training program that SLED provides in-house. I finished that, I believe it was July of 2012, and at that point I was able to take cases as a crime scene agent. But shortly thereafter I also started training in the discipline of footwear and tire tread examination. I finished that training in March of 2014, and so then I was doing crime scene and footwear and tire cases until August of 2022. I transferred out of the crime scene unit to the latent print unit. I also switched from being a Class 1 law enforcement officer, I was a senior special agent, to a Class 3 law enforcement officer, so now I'm a senior criminalist and a footwear and tire examiner.
And so, I mean, as far as crime scene goes, can you tell us about any special training that you have pertaining to crime scene specifically?
I've taken several courses in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, archaeology, forensic archaeology, and clandestine graves, photography.
And back in 2021, you were a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
That's correct.
And now you are in the footwear and tire examination, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would be the appropriate title for that?
Footwear and tire examiner.
Okay. And what other additional qualifications do you have to examine footwear and tire impressions?
I've taken 2 40-hour courses related to footwear.
That's
I've
it?
Completed approximately 50 footwear cases since I completed my training in 2014. I've testified as an expert witness 9 times, qualified.
Is that in state court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said about how many, I guess, cases have you had where you have examined footwear and tire impressions, if you could give us an estimate here?
As far as the actual scenes I've worked with that had footwear, or just in general footwear?
In general.
I think it's around 50 cases.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to qualify Investigator Whirley as an expert in footwear and tire examination.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. She's obviously qualified.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, where a witness, by virtue of their education and experience, become what the court considers an expert in some field, that witness can give opinions where lay witnesses typically cannot. And this
Voir
witness
dire.
has been qualified and now is accepted as an expert witness in the field of, is it footwear examination and what else?
Tire impression, Your Honor.
And tire impressions. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Agent Whirley, back in June of 2021, what was your role at SLED again?
I was in the crime scene unit.
As a crime scene investigator?
That's right.
And can you tell us just some of the general procedures of a crime
No.
scene investigator who
No.
responds to a crime scene?
That is useless.
We are requested to respond to crime scenes anywhere in the state. When the sheriff's office or police department requests our assistance with a crime scene, we document the scene with photographs and draw sketches, take measurements. We collect evidence, document it, collect it, package it appropriately, maintain chain of custody.
Is there any special kind of protocol that y'all follow?
We do have a protocol manual, yes.
Okay. Do you ever wear any type of gowns or coverings or anything like that out to a crime scene?
We always wear gloves, no matter what. Depends on the scene, I guess, as far as if we're going to wear any booties or anything else.
Okay. Would it be normal protocol to wear booties to an outdoor crime scene?
Booties.
Not the way we've operated now.
Okay. Why not?
It's not usually, not usually necessary, I guess, as far as watching where you're stepping and not stepping in blood or any tire or footwear impressions or anything. We just don't normally wear booties.
And when you're at a crime scene, are you looking for microscopic evidence?
Yes.
Well, we don't carry microscopes. Other than swabbing items at a scene, we would collect potential evidence that way by swabbing it.
All right, let's move on to your involvement in this case. Did you have the occasion to respond to Moselle Road on June 7th?
I did.
Okay. What time did you respond out there?
I believe we arrived around 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And are you aware of what time this the crime occurred?
How would they?
I'm not sure about the time it occurred. I know the time I was notified.
Okay. And what time was that?
We were notified around 10:33 p.m.
Okay. So it took you roughly 2 hours to get out to the crime scene Why was that?
We respond from Columbia.
All right. So what did you see when you got out there?
The scene entailed the area where the kennels were located. There was a large workshop with an overhang on between the workshop and where the dog kennels were. There was a sort of gravel path, driveway between the kennels and that overhang. The sheriff's office had brought out a canopy to cover Maggie's body to protect her from the rain.
And what were the weather conditions?
It was raining lightly.
Okay. What is one of the first things you did when you got out there?
We met with David Owen, Special Agent David Owen, and regional agents to kind of get a little more information about what the scene entailed. And we did a little initial walkthrough to see the sheriff's office had marked some potential evidence. So we walked around to see what was what and see if we could find any additional evidence before we started taking photographs.
Do you recall collecting a shotgun from Agent Daniel Green, or excuse me, Officer or Sergeant Daniel Green?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that occur?
He had maintained custody of a shotgun and needed to transfer it to me. So he brought it over to my truck and we put it in a gun box. We took photographs of it and rendered it safe.
Was that gun loaded or unloaded
Yes.
when you took
It was loaded.
custody of it?
It was loaded.
So they unloaded it.
And did you unload that weapon?
I did.
And why would you do that?
We always
To make it
render
safe.
a firearm safe before we transport it.
You're not gonna travel around with a loaded gun in your evidence box.
Agent Corley, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as Case Exhibit 4, along with the rifle, or excuse me, shotgun that was collected. Tell us what you have there.
One of the two shot shells that were in the shotgun.
And that's a shot shell that you unloaded from this gun.
That's right.
And what gauge is that?
This one is 16 gauge.
And the correct caliber for that gun is a 12 gauge?
That's right.
There you go. That's a problem. I mean, for the prosecution, he was so nervous that he put the wrong ammo in. I wonder how, but
since
still.
Daniel Green collected that gun, did you take a buccal swab from him?
We did, yes.
And, why would you do that?
In case his DNA was on the firearm, we would need to eliminate him or know that was his.
Well, of course his DNA would be on the firearm. You literally took it from him. The question is, and that's the question that the prosecution have not asked any of the witnesses yet, which tells you a lot, and that is, was this shotgun the same shotgun that correlates with the one that would have killed Paul? And they're avoiding that question, and you're left to wonder why. And I suppose the answer why is very simple, because it's not the same gun. The prosecution did not ask, was the weapon has the weapon been found, the murder weapon? They didn't ask that. Because I would wager the answer would be no.
State's Exhibit 249. Does that appear to be the buccal swab you collected from Daniel Green?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
It has my handwriting, my initials. The seal tape has my initials with my handwriting for the date.
This time the state would offer State's Exhibit 249 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
I'll be right back, guys. get back to it.
Major Corley, if you can take a look at State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is in that picture?
I do.
Is that a true and accurate representation?
It is.
Got it. This time I'll move State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Identify what it is.
Exactly. Do you recognize what it is? Yes. Okay, let's admit it to evidence.
What is it?
It's the shotgun that I took custody of, and the 12 gauge and the 16 gauge shot shells that I removed from the shotgun.
It's admitted without objection.
Even the judge got curious what the hell it is.
Could you tell us which shells we're looking at here?
The one on the left is the 12 gauge, and the one on the right is 16 gauge.
Of course, we don't get to see any of this.
Shells you unloaded from that gun?
They are.
And you described the crime scene. If you could, State's Exhibit 22 has previously been entered. Could you describe that to the jury?
That's the large overhang on the side of the workshop, the doghouse that's just outside that overhang, and the Maggie's body is lying there underneath that canopy. The kennels are in the background.
How did you discover Paul's body or observe Paul's body?
He was, when we arrived, he was still covered with a pink sheet, but we could tell he was lying face down just outside the feed room.
And when you, how did you process the area around him?
We start with documenting the area with photographs, photographing the evidence that the sheriff's office had already marked, do overall mid-range and close-up of each item of evidence, photograph the victims as they were when we arrived before the sheets were moved or anything.
This time I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 24, which is a sealed exhibit. Does this picture show how you found Paul's body?
After we documented him with the sheet over him and the coroner removed the sheet, yes, that is what it looked like.
And he appears to be laying outside of a feed room.
That's correct.
Did you process that feed room?
After he was removed from the area, we went in the room to process the room.
And if you look at that picture there, it appears that there's something laying on the back of his shorts there.
Yes, that's right.
And what was that?
I was told it was his cell phone.
State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the cell phone on the back of his shorts.
This time the state would move to take Exhibit 25 into evidence.
Submit it.
And this is the cell phone that was laying on top of Paul's body.
That's right.
Wasn't laying on top. At least we haven't heard any testimony that that's the case. Unless that's what was in the photo.
Now, did y'all process the inside of the feed room?
We did.
Agent Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look. Let's take Exhibits 26, 27, 28, 30. If you can. 31, 32, 35, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45, please. Agent Worley, in general, what are those pictures of?
They're all taken inside the feed room. A lot of them are footwear impressions.
And are those true and accurate representations of the feed room as it was the night of the murders on June 7th?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer those exhibits into evidence. Your Honor, that takes exhibits 27, 26, 30, 28, 198, 40. Agent Worley, this takes exhibit 27. If you could tell the jurors what they're looking at in this picture?
That's a view looking from the door into the feed room.
And what can we see on the floor there?
Marker 1 is the shot shell wad. There's also suspected blood and tissue, possible pieces of skull on the floor.
And then looking back at that window.
There were several bullet defects in the window and the glass.
And State's Exhibit 26.
That's showing the feed room also, but it's showing more of the door, the outside of the door.
And if you notice the top of the door, what can you see up there?
It looks like blood, and there's also hair on top of the door.
State's Exhibit 30.
That's behind the door to the feed room.
Okay. And what's back there?
There were two 12-gauge shot shells on the fired shot shells on the floor behind the door, and also there was hair behind the door.
State's Exhibit 31.
That was after we marked the two fired shot shells as markers 9 and 10, and also showing them the shot shell wad at marker 1 in the same photo.
And State's Exhibit 26.
And that's close-up of the shot shell wad at marker 1, and there's also a partial footwear impression in blood.
And do we see some little round pellets there?
Yes, there were pellets on the floor. And that's a close-up of the shot shells at 9 and 10.
Were those shot shells collected?
Yes, they were. We photograph them first before we pick them up. We
this is
package
boring.
them, write the information on the packaging as to what it is, where it came from at marker 9 and 10, date and initial and time it was collected.
And were they submitted to the lab and placed in these big plastic bags?
I transferred them to a crime scene lieutenant.
I'll ask you to take a look at these for me. Do those appear to contain item 1 and items 9 and 10?
Yes.
And also some other items that were collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I will have Agent Corley open the bag and remove items 1 and items 9 and 10.
that a cell phone? No, it's a shells. God.
Item 1. All right, so item 1 is what?
That is the shot shell wad that was at marker 1.
And how do you know that is the shot shell wad that you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box, my initials on the seal on the tape.
And then item 9 and item 10?
And these are the two shot shells, fired shot shells at markers 9 and 10. Sorry, this one is the one at marker 9. It's 12 gauge federal, and one at marker 10 was
16 gauge.
a Winchester 12 gauge.
Oh.
I guess the shot shell wad, and item 34, the 12 gauge Federal, and item 33, 12 gauge Winchester, into evidence.
Okay.
Without objection.
All right, also in that feed room, we were looking at what appeared to be some bloody footprints. Is that right, Agent Worley?
That's right.
You can see those footprints here in State's Exhibit 27.
You can see them.
About State's Exhibit 35 here.
Yes, there are two right there at marker 1.
So right down in here.
Yes.
All right. So in your training and experience as a footwear examiner, did you have occasion to examine those footprints?
I did.
And did you have some shoes to compare those footprints to?
Yes, I took custody of the shoes that Paul was wearing when I attended his autopsy. I was able to compare those to the footwear impressions in the feed room.
And now how do you do that?
We make test impressions of the shoes after they've been photographed with ink on the bottom of the shoe. I have someone similar who wears the same size, usually wears the shoe and steps on a piece of cardstock paper. We make as many test impressions as we need to make sure I've gotten all the area of the bottom of the shoe. Then I reprint those test impressions on transparencies. It makes it easier to overlay those on top of the photographs of the unknown impressions at the crime scene. And I compare the unknown impressions from the crime scene to the overlays that I place of Paul's shoes.
So you make a transparent overlay and you place it on pictures to determine if they correspond.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 148. What is that?
That is a printed version of the test impressions that we created of Paul's shoes.
And State's Exhibit 199.
That one is the right shoe. The first one was the left shoe.
And there are, I guess, 2 impressions of each shoe there?
That's right.
All right, so using the impressions you made in the photographs, did you make any determinations?
I determined they were corresponding consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
We'll look a little closer here. It takes Exhibit 38. I'm sorry, there appears to be some kind of shadow here on the Elmo. States 138, is that a picture that you used from the crime scene to compare to Paul's shoes?
It is.
And what did you determine regarding that?
That one was also consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
States Exhibit 39.
Both of those were the same outsole design as Paul's shoes.
And we'll go back to States Exhibit 40. And if you're standing in the feed room, what position are those shoes facing?
Those are facing the window.
Facing the window.
Right.
Did you also notice the door of that feed room?
I did.
And what about the door?
There was a lot of, I guess, blood, brain matter on the outside of the door, not so much on the inside, interior side of the door. There's a little bit at the very top, and hair on top of the door, but not on the rest of the back of the door.
So States Exhibit 42 here. What can we see?
That's a picture of the exterior side of the door. You can see the blood toward the top of the door.
So that would be like the front of the door.
Right.
And States Exhibit 43.
And that's also the front of the door.
Okay. And we can see some blood spatter up here in the corner.
Yes.
Would that be right?
That's right.
And then it appears to be hair as well?
Yes,
Is that
that's right.
And we mentioned the defects in the window. States Exhibit 44 here.
Yes.
What can we see there? Can you see a hole in that window?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 45.
Yes, you can see one of the defects.
Okay. And do you recall how many defects were in the window?
6, I believe.
Later, did you have an occasion to go back out to the scene and re-examine that window?
I did.
At that time, can you tell us what you did when you examined the window?
We went to further document, take more measurements of the area. We scaled the defects and took several more measurements of where those defects were in the window.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 114 and 115. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What is that?
These are diagrams of the window that I created. One shows the interior side of the window and one shows the exterior side. Shows where the defects are located in the window and all the measurements that we took for each defect.
Your Honor, at this time I move States 114 and 115 into evidence.
You're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. We're looking here at States 114. Do I have that in the correct orientation, Agent Worley?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And can you kind of explain to the jurors the defects we're looking at here?
Sure. There's defects A through, I believe, G. starting from top to bottom.
So, like, where it says defect A, defect B, what
Right.
is that?
Those were the locations of where the bullet defects were in the glass.
So those are holes in the glass?
Right. Yes.
And that is from the inside of the feed room?
That's right.
And State's Exhibit 115 here, what is that?
That is the exterior side of the window.
So those are the same defects, but from looking from the exterior, like from the outside of the room?
Right.
And what was kind of the purpose of that?
In the event reconstruction would ever be done of the scene, it's necessary to have specific measurements to be able to place those bullet defects, those holes back in the window where they were based on measurements.
What else did you recall doing concerning the feed room?
We collected several of the shot shell pellets. We also swabbed the exterior doorknob of the room just for potential touch DNA.
Did you collect those pellets from the feed room floor?
Yes, we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time and resume at 2:20. Have a good lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
You may now be seated.
You may bring the jury. Thank you. You may proceed.
Your Honor. All right, Agent Worley. I think we left off talking about some items in the feed room.
That's right.
That being items 17 and 14. item 14 is in that bag. Yes. And item 14 is the pellets from the feed room floor that you collected.
Yes, that's right.
And how do you know that that item contains those pellets?
It's my handwriting on the envelope and the description of what I collected with the date, time, and my initials, and my initials and the date on the seal tape.
Okay. And does that item appear to have been opened or tampered with since you collected it?
It was opened by I believe, the firearms examiner.
Okay. And then item 17.
Yes.
Exhibit 20, the pellets from
Sorry, no objection.
You're admitted.
Mag.
Overhang.
Could you see her body? I'm going to show you takes 50.
They covered with pink sheet.
Was found when you takes exhibits
Need to go through this process.
50, 48, and 47 into evidence.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to these, but I think we need to go through this process, at least on 2 of them, to have them submitted under seal and a placeholder put in effect. Am I wrong about that?
Through 52 through 48 and 47 into evidence. Takes exhibit 50. Exhibit 47.
On the ground with the sheriff's office canopy, showing Maggie's body lying on the ground with the sheriff's office canopy over her, looking toward the overhang for the workshop. And you can see the kennels off to the right.
Okay. And these pictures are kind of hard to see on the screen. Is Paul's body also in that shot?
You can sort of see the pink sheet that's over him, yes.
Like over in front of the feed room door?
Right.
And then Maggie's is in front of this ATV?
Yes, that's right. That's the doghouse in the back. That was after pink.
Maggie's body, where was she actually, what wounds did you observe?
She was lying face down, her both arms bent at the elbow, her right arm was bent toward her face, her left arm was bent underneath her body. Her legs were straight out behind her.
This time I'll publish State Defendant's Exhibit 2, which is under seal. Is that how her body appeared to be on the scene?
Yes, that is.
Now, when the body was moved, did you notice anything?
We located another cartridge case on the ground, approximately where her right knee had been.
So she was laying on top of a shell case.
That's right.
All right. And did you collect that item?
Yes, we marked it as marker 7, photographed it, and collected it.
So more authentication.
And what, do you recall what kind of round that was?
It was a 300 blackout.
Mr. Burley, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this baggie, and if you the 300 blackout recovered under the knee of Maggie Murdaugh. How do you know that is that?
It's my handwriting on the envelope.
I moves into evidence.
7 cartridge case.
Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry. No objection. See, is that what you just showed me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No objection.
It's admitted.
Correct.
That's right.
Collect some other shell case. And if you see the little yellow placards there, I don't know if we can see them that well on the screen here. What do each of those placards indicate?
Those are the evidence markers that the sheriff's office placed on cartridge cases that were on scene. Markers 3, 4, and 5 were all the same 300 blackout cartridge cases.
So, how many blackout cases did we recover from the scene?
I believe it was 5.
And did you collect the cases that were at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And that would be items 2 through 6?
2 through 7, yes.
2 through 7. And we already have items 7 up there. So do you have items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 there? And what are items 2, 3,
3 markers.
2, 7, and also.
How much longer is this admitting
Also marker
all of
13.
stuff into evidence
And are
going
those
to go
true
on?
and accurate depictions of where 300 blackout shell cases were on the scene?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 62.
Objection.
How do
My initials on the seal.
which I believe is admitted under seal. Now, if we take a look at this picture, you can see those yellow placards. Placard 2, I believe, would correspond with item 2, and we looking.
Did it? Before I collected them.
Okay.
Right here is the one at marker 3. 5. Sure if I can see the one at.
And then let's go back here to defect or something in the gravel that y'all inspected?
Yes, at marker 13 that the sheriff's office had placed, there was a disturbance in the gravel area that we dug into that area. We presumed it was a bullet strike where a bullet had hit, so we dug into that area.
And did you find anything when you were looking?
Yes, we found several metal fragments. Ground at marker 13.
And how do you know those are the metal fragments?
Doghouse, and then
Are those true and accurate depictions? 75, 74, and 73 into evidence? Along with
background.
It would be in this
I'm gonna jump another 5 minutes ahead.
In a report, no.
and why was that? Why didn't you do any analysis on the time pressures?
We concluded basically the gentleman who took care of the dogs, I forget his name, he parked there regularly, and his tires were
Yeah, we already
consistent
know this.
with the design of the impressions that were there in the dirt.
So you essentially, they figured out who the tire impressions were.
Right.
And it wasn't necessary for you to do any analysis there.
Yes.
Were you aware of any other tire impressions on the scene that you analyzed?
No.
As far as tire impressions in wet grass go, how would you analyze those?
All I would be able to do with that would be photograph it. That's not going to leave any kind of design characteristics from the tread of the tire in the grass.
It could leave you a width
So
of the
I can't
tire.
really do an analysis, a tire analysis of tire impressions like that.
You can determine the width, but that doesn't tell you that much.
Receive any items of evidence from Colvin County Sheriff's Office?
Alex Murdaugh.
Get that Agent Worley collected from Colvin County Sheriff's Office, Murdaugh.
Okay.
Get it?
Okay. Also, in the course of your investigation, did you gather some items of evidence from SLED agent Katie McAllister?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when did you collect those items from her?
On June 9th.
And what were those items?
Can I refer to my notes? I took custody of 3 shotguns, a rifle, fired and unfired ammunition, and empty boxes of ammunition.
And what did you do with those items when you took custody of them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
And all of this would, of course, be recorded on a chain of custody sheet.
That's right, yes.
All right, moving on. Before we move on, the shotguns you collected, would those have been items 30, 31, 32, 33?
Yes.
Okay, and then you collected item 34, with a 30-round magazine containing 300 blackout cartridges.
Actually, 33 was the night vision scope on the rifle.
Okay,
34 was the rifle.
okay. All right, and then what other items did you collect?
Head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK.
I'm gonna skip some more.
Collect.
let's go to the end of the previous witness. What?
I'll stand for a moment.
Oh, the jury are falling asleep. I don't blame them. That's why we're skipping all this. It's very repetitive. I don't blame them.
What is the problem with the projector? Blurry?
Your Honor, with the overhead light on the Elmo now, I think we'll be able to see.
On the Elmo. Why are they call it the Elmo?
All right, thank you.
May it please the court, Your Honor? Okay, Agent Worley, if you don't mind taking a look at State's Exhibits 104, 96, 97, depictions of the Chevy Suburban.
Yeah.
About that.
I returned at a later date to retrieve the seatbelt from the driver's side of the vehicle.
And why did you want to retrieve this seatbelt?
For additional trace DNA testing.
And when you retrieved that
Come on, testing their vehicles for one another's DNA is gonna be completely useless because it's very likely that every car had all family members' DNA on it. Like, her car likely had a lot of hers, but also some of his. His car probably had a lot of his, but also some of hers, and also some of their sons. I mean, it makes perfect sense that they would like drive each other off from time to time. So as far as like they all live together, so DNA is not really gonna point to anything significant here.
It was removed from the vehicle, included the strap, the buckle, the receiver, and then there were some hardware components that we couldn't separate from the seatbelt itself. I packaged it, I believe, in a paper bag to transport it back to the lab at SLED.
It's like a pretty tiny break.
Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first.
seatbelt down. So, in addition to doing a search on the Chevy Suburban, you did a search on the white 250 truck, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
And from Paul, I also got his clothes.
70 and 71.
Poor jury, they're probably bored out of their mind.
Right.
In fact, was there 18, 117, and 116?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, is State's Exhibit 116 a picture of the gun room there,
Yes, it is.
and State's Exhibit 117.
Yes.
Does he ask them to get up again?
Stand again while we're in indulgence.
The jury are really falling asleep. This is really boring. I mean, it has to be done, but it's boring as hell.
Thank you, Your Honor. And tell us whether these were collected.
Been on the workshop bench.
Did you collect any other items that day when the property was searched?
I don't believe so.
Wow.
All right, let's go back a little bit in your testimony when we were referring to the 300 blackout that you collected from Agent McAllister. If you wouldn't mind looking back at your notes. I believe you testified that that was item 34, but that was actually item 33 is the Palmetto
Jesus.
State Armory PSA PA-15 multi-rifle with a night scope.
Yes.
That is item 33, the gun.
I have that the night vision scope was 33.
I believe if you'll look closely, you'll see where the gun with the
God.
Yeah, it's the gun with the scope on it, yes.
Is that correct?
That's right.
The gun with the night vision scope being item 33.
Right.
And then, to clarify, item 34 would be the 130 round magazine containing the multiple S&B 300 blackout cartridges. Is that right?
Right. It was separated from the gun when I took custody of it, so I logged them in as separate items.
All right. But you did collect those from Katie House.
That's right.
All right. And then also, going back to the scene, you mentioned a projectile that was found near a tire impression.
Yes. We were setting up to take examination quality photographs of the tire impressions at marker 8. We located another fired projectile that was lying on the ground.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 250. If you'll take a look at that, could you tell us what that is?
And this is that projectile near the tire impression.
Your Honor, the State will move State's Exhibit 250 into evidence.
Okay. Without objection.
Your Honor, I believe that is finally all we have for, excuse me, Your Honor. Agent Whirling, I'll have you take a look at Mark this is State's Exhibit. You recall collecting the shotgun from Officer Green,
Yes.
or Sergeant Green? When you collected that gun, did you swab it?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 259. If you could tell us what that exhibit is.
I took 2 swabs of suspected blood from the side of the shotgun and 2 swabs from the muzzle end of the barrel of the shotgun That was as a precaution when I was unloading the weapon. The 16 gauge shot shell got lodged in the barrel, and before I placed one of my own dowel rods down the barrel to push it back out, I swabbed the muzzle of the barrel just in case.
You swabbed it just in case what?
Just in
I
case
didn't wanna
they messed up the
contaminate any, if
yeah,
there was potential
exactly.
evidence in the barrel or in the muzzle end of the barrel before I placed my dowel rod in that end of the barrel.
And the other swab, did it appear there was visible blood on that gun?
Yes, suspected blood, yes.
Okay. And what did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them in their envelopes, sealed them, and transported them to the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 259 into evidence. Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Take a look at State's Exhibit 260.
I believe these are the ones I took custody of from Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister. And Will Marks takes Exhibit 260 for identification purposes only. Is cartridge cases that Agent Worley took custody of from Katie McAllister. And then also these items 40 through 44, which would be State's Exhibit 212, 254, 255, 256, and 257. For identification purposes only.
Yes.
And what are those?
These are the other items I took custody of from Katie McAllister.
So items collected by Katie McAllister and Ethan.
Right.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 260, 212, 254, 255, 256, and 257 for identification purposes only.
I'm not quite sure what they are. If Ms. Gu would come here, we could perhaps have a brief discussion.
identification purposes.
One more thing. State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Can you tell us if these are items that you received into your custody?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and how do you know that?
It's my handwriting on this outer packaging.
So there are quite a lot of items in there that you received from, is it Agent Croft or Agent McAllister?
These, I believe, were ones I took custody of from Lieutenant Todd Shank.
Okay.
Let me open them.
But those are items that you took custody of.
That's right. And I logged them in to the lab. I didn't collect them myself. I got them via chain of custody, and then I logged them into the lab.
And that's State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Any objection?
Identification only.
Yes.
Smart identification.
Thank you, Agent Farley. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Your Honor, we approach. I can say it right here. My cross-examination is witness to take a certain amount. And if we begin this afternoon, I'm afraid Monday morning I'm going to have to go through everything I went through today to ensure that there's some continuity there. And no offense to the jury, but I'm not sure I'll remember what I did today on Monday. So I would ask you if we could go ahead and take our weekend break today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the weekend and resume at 9:30 Monday morning.
That's it. Not much today.
Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, thanks for watching, guys. Have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow when I'll be doing tomorrow's live stream live, hopefully. Yeah, not much to get through today. It was at least half of it was just wasted on introducing